Very, very sorry. There has been no sound because OBS again. Oi, 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 oi. Hello and welcome everybody. It's the Mad Otter, and I've just been rambling on for basically 17 minutes with no mic working because stupid OBS has done an update and deleted all the settings again. It drives me mad why OBS does that every time it updates, and I forget to check. So apologies there. So yeah, as you may have guessed from all the mad sort of signaling around and viewing, I've added a load of stuff. Basically, what I was saying was that all this machinery that's going on down here is basically temporary while we're doing a smaller setup within this factory of the smart plating components. The major part, it will all change basically once we get things unlocked to the top level where we've got nodes and belts producing 1200 a minute. At this stage, we are not going to be using vertical factories at the back yet until that occurs. So in the meantime, I've set up these temporary systems within the building, and we'll do a much smaller run, basically of smart plating, just to get going. Eventually we will have the 4 factories back here, the vertical factories like that one over there in the distance that we put up as a temporary setup test piece. So those will come in and they'll be doing basically screws, plates, wire and copper sheets. I believe those are the 4 components we need in here. And then from there they will come in and feed up and make the second stage components like rotors, etc. And then that will go on to eventually having the full setup upstairs doing 100 smart plating a minute. But in the meantime, we can't do that because the belts only supply 250. So we're going to have a temporary setup which is going to be a lot smaller, and some of these will be lying dormant and we can just play it by ear basically. So that is the way we're running with it. So I do apologize for the lack in sound. That was my bad, not double checking OBS as I should, because it's a pain in the backside and sets everything back to default every single time. Not funny. Now, the other thing I was saying at the beginning of the stream, which at the end of last stream, you may remember I went in a bit of a brain melt because I basically suddenly realized I'd been designing these factories, these vertical factories, for 1200 per minute on a belt. And of course, I'm not in creative mode, am I? So these belts here only carry 270 items per minute. So it took my little brain a little bit, and I suddenly realized I could actually just use the base unit blueprint and the top one, and that has then 4 smelters in it which produced the 270 for me per minute. I ran this for a few hours over the weekend and to check that it was stable into a sink, and it was running perfectly with 100% efficiency on all the machines, and worked lovely. So very happy about that. But yes, eventually we overcame the stupidity of me thinking why I thought we were still in creative mode. I have no idea. It was a bit of a brain fart, sorry. That's what happens when you've been playing creative mode for a year or so. Yes. We will not talk of this again. Well, we might, but right. What we've now got to do is set up the iron coming in so that we can start producing screws. That's a temporary fix up. It will not be staying there. Do not panic. Do I need to add? What have I done? That's producing wires. That's all the copper stuff. Ooh, okay. Have I? What have I been doing? I did this all late at night, so it was kind of, yeah. I'm not 100% sure. Right, so this is all wire, which we haven't yet got a copper thing for. So on the map, because we're on the random nodes, there is one copper there, and then there is another copper here, where the sulfur used to be. So what we're actually going to do here is we're going to set up a copper thing here for ingots mine. That we can do today. And I might set up a truck station and have it trucked around to here. I'm not sure, but that's what my thought was at the moment, just to get some movement going. We've got coal, so we can feed the coal into the truck stations for fuel. So that's an easy sort of solution to that without having to do fuel from oil or anything at this stage. And that would just get us the ingots coming in. And if I played it right, I know this area is jam-packed at the moment with the containers, but we could shift that if we need to up top. But we could use this almost like a roundabout, so that's one-way traffic. I just haven't thought about how it's actually going to come down and around and over these terrain, and whether that will work, or whether we need to build a platform. And that's something else we might do. Excuse me, munching on biscuits. It's got to that time of the day. So what have I got up here? Let me just triple check what I'm doing. This is all the, down this left hand side is all the smart plating, and eventually it will be down this side as well, and that's how we're going to get the 100. This is what we're feeding at the moment with copper sheets, these two. We need wire though, screws. I mean, I don't think we've got anything unless it's upstairs. If I got that upstairs, and then I need to bring it, so I'll need to take the stuff all the way up if that's the case, and then bring it all the way back down. Yep. Okay. Okay, it's got to go up 2 floors. So let's work this little fella out, because this is going to take a little bit of a head scratch, I think, to get it up here. So we need to put this. Got to get this right, because I always get it confused and then put it in the wrong place, like that. That can go up. I should have turned it the other way, shouldn't I? Let's do that. So all the ingots are facing in then, like that. Sweet. And then we need to go up again, except this time it actually looks like we can reach. Oh, okay, so that's going to go right up. We've got. Okay, I don't know the level on that, so what I'm going to have to do, even if it's temporary, as we always say on Satisfactory, temporary until permanent. Just so we can get the height. Is that going to help me? No, it's right in a gap, so not really. I think it's there. I'm not 100% sure. Right, so what we need to do from here is we need to do a splitter. So we're going to put a splitter here, and then we're going to bring it along. Like that. No, so we're going to have to redo that one. That's alright. It's all part of the fun. You're going to line up. It does not want to line up. Okay, let's try another way then. Will it do that? It will. Well, that was easier, wasn't it? Do it that way round. And then from here, we're going to do the same here. We need to bring that around to there. I don't know whether that will automatically connect to that. It doesn't look like it. So it's going to need a bit of It's the only problem at the moment with blueprints is often the... No, that's not going to work. I need to do it the other way again. Oh, don't tell me this isn't going to work. Why is it not? That's a pain. That is a pain. That is a problem and a pain. Can I have a belt? Ah, the trouble is, look at that. That's a squiggly mess, man. Default, even that's a mess. But that does feed it, whereas the other one doesn't. Why do you not feed it, sir? So annoying. See, one of the niggles I have is that particularly with the lifts, they should, in my view, be not snapping to like this in increments. It should be just literally loose, so you can. It snaps to the whole, not to increments on itself. Because that's ridiculous that that doesn't actually snap to that to connect. It's stupid, basically. And as you can see, it's not coming down, so it has not connected. There's no rhyme or reason for this. This is just, it is predetermined snapping points, which are very frustrating. And even that, you see, doesn't connect. Is there another way around this? Can we do a like that? It's going to be a compromise, but it works. It's ugly, but then again, all of this is temporary until I get the vertical buildings. So depends on how you look at it, doesn't it? I don't like that, but that's really frustrating. I mean, look at it. Look at the height difference. Now, why is there a height difference of that? It's silly, 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 and I don't understand the problem there, because it's not like I've built at a funny level, if you know what I mean. I mean, these are 4 meters and they go up, you know, the right amount even here to this framework. If you look at it, it's at 4 meter increments. So it should, I mean, it should all connect. If I'd built them up of these things, because these things here aren't a what I call a proper measurement. They're a sort of a strange measurement thickness, these steel platform pieces. So if I demonstrate over here as an example, if I put, say, like 2 together, they don't make a 1 meter. If I put 3, it goes over the 1 meter. So they're not an accurate measurement, these things, at all, which is a pain. But when you're building off 4 meter frameworks, and you've done that and built the system, it should still align. And that's why I don't understand why this is going on. It must be possibly because in the blueprint, maybe, this is something I perhaps need to just check a second. It's not something I want to redo particularly. No, it's sitting there on the top of the thing. I wonder what would happen though if I set it up one above. So as an experiment, if that changes the thing here, can we go above? Come on, stay. Let's just try this for a second. Let's see if this changes the OCD problem. Where are we going with this? There. Let's try again. See if that works. That might be the problem, actually. It might be. It is the problem. Okay. Well, that's easily solvable, and it does mean it can be adjusted if I really want to in the blueprint, but I don't want to. I can just literally adjust it on the spot, and that's fine. Okay, so that's what is causing the conflict there. The height of this basically was 1 short. I sat it equal to the top of the foundation like that, and not sitting it on top of the foundation. And that means because I aligned the uh, splitter to the underneath of it, it's then a wrong measurement basically because of this thickness isn't a true measurement to the rest of the foundations, if that makes sense. I think it's, yeah, I mean, hopefully you probably worked it out quicker than I did, but that's all right. So we need to put this above like that. Then we can put that there. Like that. And that will align, then we can do our thing here. And that will align, and that means then this should feed also this. Very good. That's 2 done. Now there's 270 coming in on this belt at maximum function, so 27 per minute. So technically we can keep going and do 10 of these if there is 10 to be fed at that amount. So certainly there's these 4, so we can carry it on. What I'm just going to do here for a minute is zoop that along. We can just delete them after, or as we go. Like that. Does mean doing these lifts again, but that's okay. No biggie. That's going to hopefully start feeding there as well. Yes, okay. We've got to get power, of course, to all of this yet. That's something else we may have to do. We may have to set up another little power station thing to have enough power to run this particular thing. So these are producing 108 per minute screws. And the reason why we ended up with that was because of the 27 here, because I wanted an equal amount of using all up the iron ingots. And the screws, well, yeah, the screws are the screws. Now, yeah, we'll have to find out how many eventually we'll need out of all this. So we've done 4. We can have 10 in total off this one node. This is not the most efficient way to build, by the way. If I really want to do it, I'll just go along placing all of these first, and then I would delete all the lifts and then put all the lifts in, and that would be a more efficient way, but another load of those in. As I say, we can delete these after. It's not a problem. Right. That is all of that supplied there for producing screws. So we just need to get power going here, and that can start operating. So let's see if we can get, I think we do have power coming into the building. The reason being I say that is because we have some lighting effects that I started on. And we're just working, yeah, on this sort of concept in here at the moment. I'm not, it may be tweaked a little bit, it might change a little bit, I'm not 100% sure yet. I'm still waiting to see and seeing what it looks like at night time as well. If I turn that off, that might be better. Turn my torch off and see a little bit more glow. But you get an idea of where we're going to be heading with this, because all of this is going to be illuminated, hopefully very sweetly. There is power going in to some degree, because obviously we have these ones here lit and are producing copper, so we should be able to bring that cable across and up. I think it's in here somewhere, yeah. So, well, we took it up, I think, the second arm, didn't we, in the end? So let me just see if we can... Yeah, that's where we did it. So let's just pop down here for a second. And come to here, do the old thing there. And then I think that went right up almost to... Yeah, it did. It's actually meant to go to there. I think the other one went wrong, but anyway, I can correct that in due course. What I want to do is just get it, the machines fired up, basically, to see whether it's everything's just ticking correctly. What I'm going to have to do now is a bit of steel girder walking. Going to bring that back to here as well, and in there. I don't know yet how we're going to take that up. I'm going to have to go and have a look, see what we can suss out. That actually isn't very far there, we'll leave that. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Because what I really want to do is take it out on that arm. Maybe that's what I should be doing. Is taking it out. Just do that for a second. And then up there, that would be the most sensible, wouldn't it? Like that. And then up somewhere to like there. And it's fairly discreet then. Let's run with that. Let's go and have a little look, see where that ends up. That's going to come up on that one to there, and then we need to take it up yet again to the next floor, don't we, because this is the wrong floor for it. But that gives us a point here anyway. We'll do one there as well, actually, I think, and then maybe up to that one. I think this one here we can get rid of. I think we'll just stick a wire from that one down to that one. That's cool. Right, next floor. This is the screw production. This is where we wanted that cable coming, so that's good. And it should be coming up here. Yep, it is. Right, okay. So now what we need to do is get it from there up into here. So we'll try. Don't know whether that's going to work. Come on, my friend. We're going to have to do that. Maybe we should stick it on the side. Maybe like sort of that. Something like that. And those machines then kick into play. Producing screws. That's good. And we'll bring that cable across. Why? Oh, it's that one over there. We need to. And that one kicks in. That one kicks in. Eventually we'll number all these as well. But as I say, all this is temporary because eventually this will be vertical builds, producing the screws at the back and then coming up. This is a temporary fix while we're just sorting everything out. That allows me to go to here, and then we just need there to there, and that should produce the rest. So that's all of those producing screws. What I don't, iron plates. Okay, iron plates. I don't think I've got everything being made yet. That's the problem. As I said, I did this late at night and I was like in a bit of a rush to actually get to sleep, to be honest. And what's over this side? Are these the plates here? Are the iron plates yet? So I had prepared for it. I just need the second iron mine to feed these. Right, okay. That's okay. That's sort of heading in the right direction then. So the screws need to go back, I believe, downstairs. We've got to get the screws down, not to here. That's finished product stuff. But we've got to bring them down to here. So they are right above, basically, pretty much. We could just bring them through the floor, all being well, or down this gap here, basically, and then link them in that way and not have them coming up from underneath. Or we could take them straight down through this gap. That's the other option. And then take them out underneath. Options. And that would then mean we don't need to change the blueprint necessarily. But if we are doing the screws, we've got to bring them down around the back end. So let's just start prepping for that. Do I come in this way or do I go in that way? That's a very good question, of which I am unaware of the answer. Just wondering whether it's going to be easier, because all these are producing the screws this side, so it might be easier to take all the screws down, although we can only don't forget we can only do 270 per belt, so we're actually going to end up with quite a few belts having to take them. And in fact, that's even a problem. And the reason that's a problem is because the machines are meant to be taking the 433 per minute, and they can't. They can only take 270. So that's the last of the biscuits, by the way. So there shouldn't be any more munching. Might be slurping on tea, but no munching. So I might have to bring them out in series, because these are 216, so almost have one belt per unit, or per double unit, that is, coming in, going down, feeding, coming, down, feeding. It's the only way I can see it happening. And then I'll have to run all these machines and clock them back to the amount of screws that can be carried. Again, all of this is temporary. Each time we get an upgrade in belts, we can then start upgrading everything, basically, and it'll increase the production. But we can't do that until we've unlocked the objective of the space elevator, which at the moment is not built. But we do know from the other stream when it was built that we need 50,000 smart plates to unlock that, of which we have built about 3,000 so far. So, yes. So it's this constant problem juggling, basically, between what you want to do at the end game and trying to work backwards, basically, to the start of the game, and allowing yourself to have the room to develop into that, because eventually this building is going to be producing 100 smart plates a minute, and even if they're not needed in game, it's still going to be doing that, and we'll just sync them. So but yeah, I can't do it basically until the whole thing has got itself sorted. So what I'm going to do, we're going to delete these back out, the ones that we set up for the doing that belt line. We don't need them. And then we are going to set up one here, like that. We're going to come to the center. These are splitters. We want a merger, like that. And we are going to come here and we are going to stick a merger there, like that. That might work actually. It might work, it might work. Let me have a little bit. This is going to be the test piece basically. See if we can get it to work how I want. So we're going to do this and we're going to change the mode to straight. And we're going to go to there. We're going to do the same on there to there. And I need my steel beams. Don't you love it? Hit the parachute at the last minute. Right, that hopefully will keep us going. If it doesn't, we'll have to stick these on for a bit and do some other stuff while that's sorting itself out. But I don't know where our power's at actually, in terms of whether we're okay or not. Oops, forgot to check. Wait for the big do. I mean, to be honest, I'll be happy if I can just get a couple of machines at the moment making smart plating going, just to keep chipping away at that 50k while we're sorting everything else out. Everything else out. There we go. So that is producing the screws coming out. We actually probably need to index that as because it's ingoing. That with the colours. Then what I'm thinking here, is to do this. Hello. Because this is where we need the screws. So I am thinking if we can bring them down to here. Or we drop them down again and take them in that way underneath again and have them as the logistics underneath. There is a little bit of the clash going through the framework there. I mean, that technically can be resolved by shifting this across off center slightly. But again, this is basically temporary. The screws, all the screw production up here is going to be gone down the line. It will be one big building at the back, a vertical build. So maybe we just leave it for the moment. But I am thinking that may be better. The other thing, doesn't matter which way we turn it, it's going to clash and let the items through that. I wonder whether we can we get, ooh, just. So what I'm thinking, stinking, is Can I do this without falling? Haha, yes. One is a fool, but I did not fall. Okay, so that's that way and that way. And we actually need to come along down here because those ones are not going to be used for the moment probably. Because I don't know whether we've got enough copper coming in for the sheets that way. So what we're going to do, we're going to bring this down this way, like this. Splitter. Splitter. We can sneak around there, good. Now, if we do end up having these going, we need to sort of semi-prepare for that. That's okay. We're in the middle here, so it will work, which is good. So we can do that. We're going to bring that straight through. Yes, I know it's clashing. It is a logistics flaw, so I'm not overly panicking, but we can rearrange all this when we need to. And as I say, I think this is going to be temporary anyway because of, yeah, the fact that I'm going to be doing hopefully the vertical builds out the back first. Now let's see if that is doing what we need it to do, which means I need to drop to the floor and then get back. I could just build a ladder here really to help, but why make life easy when it can be awkward? Just why? There we go. Okay, so these are all the screws. Screws are going along, doing their thing. The only thing we haven't yet done, no, don't worry about that. That's the second lot of stuff we need to do, and the wire. That's all on the second nodes. So that's coming in. We need to go down another floor, don't we? All right. So this floor here is hopefully now fed. At least a couple of these hopefully are fed with copper sheets, but there doesn't seem to be any copper sheets coming in. So what have I done? What have I done? Have I not linked them yet up? Because is not copper sheet production's down there, isn't it? I thought it was. So the copper sheets are coming out. No, they're not. Ah, they haven't been linked up yet, that's why. That would be the reason then, wouldn't it? My dear fellows. Now, how many of these are being made? 25 per minute, so we technically can get like loads of them in onto one belt. We can get 10 of them if we needed, but I don't think we've actually got 10 in the production, so it doesn't matter. And that's going to be the copper wire with the second node is wired up. Right, so I believe that should be feeding. So let's go back up. It will be so much simpler when I can have everything unlocked and do like 2 rows of these all down one side, and that's it in this building pretty much in storage. It will be so much easier because all this wacky stuff up here and down here is all going to be out in literally little nice little vertical buildings like this at the back, just feeding and supplying in the back end. So yeah, we can look forward to that in the near future. Okay, so we just need to get a cable across now to wire this up, get power to this. So we do have power cables, as we know, coming up over yonder here. So if we can get those to come up into this building. So there yep, we do. We have some power there, I believe. Is that actually on, connected? It's not, is it? Is that on? No, hasn't got power connected to it. That's for future. Okay, so we can do this one though, because we do have it here. So what we need to do is pull off that and come all the way in to there, and then go to there. Hello, why am I am stuck because I'm not going through the appropriate area. Actually, what we need to do, sorry, is we need another one in between. We need one down this center line, because that can then run the whole length. Can it not? What we're going to do, missing quick wire. Are you serious? I always, as I say, I always forget I'm not in creative mode. There's always stuff, materials I don't think about. I'm just like planting stuff around and going, oh yeah, that will work, this will do, and then suddenly find myself completely without. Hey, ay, 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 ay. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Quick wire, so you can crack some of that out. But we will be back to creating smart plating very, very, very soon. And then that means we can concentrate on getting probably the other 2 mine nodes set up and working out how we're going to get those logistically in with the iron and the copper, the 2 nodes, and whether we're going to do that through trucks or whether we're actually just going to run belts for the moment. Because, as I say, once everything is unlocked and we can go up to the 1200 per thing, we will probably only need, we may only need, I will add that in, may only need the 1 node of each. We'll have to yet wait and see. So where was I before I rudely interrupted myself with the lack of Caterium? Right there. Can go longer, but I know with building so many times, having multiple connections is a lot easier when it comes to later on, often when you want to shift stuff around and you want a connection nearby to do something. So we are not quite in line yet, but that's okay. I'll probably run it to the end anyway. Like that. And then bring it in. And what we might do here, because we've got to get to that point there, so we might as well bring it to there and then take it in to there. And then we need to bring that across from there to there. And that should what's not happening? Oh, it is. Hello, what's going on here? Okay. We've just had to get up to the right amount. This is going to be a big problem initially. What we should do is prime them in. Okay. It's going to get there anyway. That's alright. It's probably, it might be filling these ones up as well, even though they're not going to work. No, it's not. I haven't got them connected. It was just these ones here. What's happening with this one? Is this one connected as well? It is, it's just waiting. Okay. It's got to get that. Right, well in that case, well that's a good start, you know. That's getting the rotors produced, then we've got to shove the rotors over into a couple of these machines so that we can start that, and then we've got to get the other nodes going to produce the other plates, and then we'll have the smart plating being produced. Long term, as I say, it's going to be a lot simpler and a lot easier. It's just at the moment everything is a sort of a temporary fix while we're trying to sort stuff out. But we've just got to get some going to get things unlocked, basically. And it's just because of the problem of everything being such big numbers, because of the amplification of numbers that we did on the space elevator. It's just huge. Right, yep, that's what we want. Grab a couple of those. As soon as this is done, we will sort out what we need for the other couple of nodes and see if we can get that going. So I'm hoping today should be, yeah, we'll end up probably having a little break shortly, just so I can grab some lunch, but I will be carrying on, so because we're going to be doing about a 3-4 hour stream, I think today it'll end up. So these are going to produce 50 rotors, which then will supply, as you can see, 10 of these. So the amount of rotors being produced here is, you know, it's absolutely fine. My main issue is we're not going to get this 433 coming through. We're only getting 270. So, in fact, yeah. So if we reduce this down to get roughly the 270 in there, We're nearly there, about there. So it's 15.6, 15.5 possibly. 5, nearly. Let's try, what was the 15.6? That was just a fraction high, wasn't it? So 5.9? No. 5.8? 5.7? 5.77. Okay, let's just do 5.7. It's going to be roughly about right for the moment. There's not a lot we could do about that. Again, it's this temporary fix while we're trying to sort of get things sorted. So that should now run quite smoothly. As you can see, it uses up the screws so quickly. So it's not running at 100% efficiency yet, but it'll take a little bit of time to resort now that I've redone the figures. In fact, what I might do is just run that at that, and that means yeah, it's going to be safer, I think. And it should, once it's got itself sorted, should be fine. Right, so that was that one there. That's producing into here. What we want to do just thinking about this actually. It's interesting. Because I've got one belt supplying these two. So technically we can't have 270 here actually. We can only have 135 to be precise. Somewhere around there. Control C, Control V, and that's going to produce, we're going to get 14 rotors per minute, which is enough to supply 3 machines basically, roughly. So that's okay, because I've got another, we can bring more screws in, because don't forget that's only the supply of these two. We've got this two up here we can bring in, and we can feed those into the pipeline as well. So, and then we can amp them up a little bit. Yep, I think that makes sense. I'm not too sort of panicking about it at this stage, really. I just want to try as hard as I can to try and get something going, basically. That's okay. We're doing all right. And then the rotors, when they come up, they're finishing up here. Okay. And then we need to work a way of getting them across. We might just take them straight across, basically, and then back down again. I mean, technically they're underneath, and we can always bring them down through the floor again. Could bring them down again this side through. And then reinforced plates. Okay, we need to go and sort out the iron factory over there and see how we're going to get the bits here. So let's have a little look. Just trying to keep my head with it all together. So we do have truck stations and tractors available, and the available tractor path, which I have not used this new system of doing it, so that's going to be perhaps interesting. What we will need then to do because in basic terms we need, excuse me, the iron to come down to here. Just change that back to default so we don't get any funny twists in it. So we have to work out how we're going to initially do this. So I'm wondering whether, because we've got all this stuff in here still from the starter base and a bit of power and everything going on, do we bring the truck we can get rid of these easy enough, that's not a problem. I was wondering whether we build a little platform up here and then just take the line basically straight over to that. That's what I'm wondering. So let's just have a little look, see what height we'll be looking at. Probably one more. Compensate for any weirdness in the landscape. I really don't want to cut trees and stuff up here because this little bit I want to keep. So if we do this, it's going to have to be a bit of a setup. Just as a, again, it's all temporary just to get the supply going for the objective. Or we just run a belt and we just literally run about from the top down and over here and then down. And that is also an option. Because I think what we're aiming for is there. I mean, it'd be fun to have trucks going just for a bit, wouldn't it? I mean, just to... Let's just try something here for a second. Missing rotors. Can you believe it? Fortunate enough, we are near all our garbage rotors. Lots of rotors. We're okay, we have rotors. We will survive this. Okay. Yes, indeed. That's right, sir. Friend from Australia texting. I think we might just plonk that there for the minute.
Fixit wishes to remind you that the vehicle
Nice
tools,
positioning.
which can be found in your build menu, can connect directly to the truck station's dock area. This
What we can
ensures it
do,
will connect properly once everything is automated. The truck station
straight
can be set
to
to
there.
load or unload and can also refuel vehicles. Unlike some pioneers, truck stations care about saving humanity.
Yeah, righty. We believe you. Now, what might be best for feeding the coal is actually bring it off here. Like this. Player is in the way. Well, of course he is. Now the question, because then the truck can ride around. Hey, this is going to be a bit of insanity, I have to say. It is temporary insanity, but that's okay. But it is insanity. Concrete, we need concrete. This is going to be slightly nuts, but just you'll have to just ignore it for the moment until I can sort out how I really want to do this stuff. I've got to try and get it so that the truck can get out without hitting trees. Dear, dear, dear. This is not exactly my finest moment in building, but don't worry. What could possibly go wrong? Right, and then we can take on probably have to be along there somewhere, I reckon. Right, meanwhile, this can all go. It doesn't want to do that, but that's all right because it's got the something on the blueprint machine, so it won't delete it. That's all right. We'll work it out when we get there. I might just put some walls up on this. I'll see how it goes because I can imagine the trucks just plummeting off. They do reset though. That's the good thing about them, I believe, but I haven't seen it in action on 1.2, so so we'll have to wait and see. I'm standing right on the edge of this and I still can't reach it. Really? Really? It's going to make me do half ones, isn't it, just to start. There we go. Clear blueprint designer. Thank you very, very much. There we go. Right, now we can delete those two again. So we've got to aim for this basically over here, not this. That's going to be deleted because at the moment we are only producing ingots at the moment. Sorry, my brain went into overthinking something then for a second. Yeah, do not look at this. This is not my, this is not the a finished build by any means. This is a very temporary fix. While we just sort some bits out, basically. And let's delete. I'm just thinking we're not going to have enough. There's going to be a container left, isn't there, somewhere? Okay. I'm going to make this 3 wide actually, just to be on the safe side. How that's going to quite work in there. Should be enough room for the truck, but we've just got to make it a roundabout so that he can get in and out. So basically this is going to have to go like that. We're going to have to do some horrible, horrible things here at the moment, but I really do not want to chop these trees because later on when all this is removed, I want those trees there. So we're going to have to do this horrendous sort of bleh. I mean, just look at it. The worst builder in Satisfactory could not imagine this up. And there's bad English for you as well, just to top it off. Right, let's get down here, and that's not going to work. That will. So let's go like that. Cool. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Probably don't need all of that for the minute. We're just gonna. We'll have to come back and get some stuff after once it's done its thing. We've managed to delete this stuff. Right. Man alive. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Right. It's going to be interesting setting up the tractor route actually, because this new system I have not used. And what I don't know as well is on top of this is whether how much the truck can maneuver over there. So that's another factor that's going to be added into this. Whether we're going to need. There's the crate suddenly appeared. Always is delayed for some reason. There we go. So it's going to be interesting to see whether it can feed enough. As I say, it's not a permanent thing. This is just literally me faffing around trying to get some of those 50,000 smart plates done. That's all it is. So basically what we're going to have, there's another one here, can't fit everything in. So what we're going to do is put the transport truck station here. We've got to think about its swinging space. So I think here's going to be best. Give it a little bit of room coming out there. We can go out wider this way. Like that. And he's got loads of room to circle around then. And that container is still got way too much stuff in it. Right, logistics, we are going to bring that down and we are going to plug that into there. We do not have power coming here yet, and we've got to cable all that up. So that's another consideration. In fact, before we do that, then let's. Right, we don't even need that there with this particular build because we are just doing that. Hello. Hello, sir. Fine, sir. So we could have taken the power straight off, but anyway, yep, don't worry. We are going to put a power pole here, and that's also going to feed that. This is truly awful building, by the way. Well, it's, you know, it is a patch of temporariness. Wire is too long. Well, of course it is. I like to push the boundaries, not. Yeah, it's just ridiculously horrendous. To build like this, even as a starter base, is like painful for me. I don't like building like this. Let me reassure you. Um,
Tractors can use any type of fuel and have a self-driving feature, much like
yes.
Pioneers, only more reliable.
Ooh,
Set your
thank you.
path up in advance using the Vehicle Path tools in your build menu.
Okay.
Unlike early self-driving vehicles, the tractor will not spy on you. Your employee data is already fully surveyed by other means.
Okay.
Further information on vehicle automation is available in the Codex.
So, oh, I see what we're doing. So we're now actually drawing the path. Okay. 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 I got it. Okay, this is interesting. This is interesting. Okay, that's. I think this, in some ways, will be a much, much better system. Yeah, this is already starting to look like a lot more reliable in terms of how the trucks will operate. That is a bit squibbly dibbly, so I actually think that's going to need to correct a bit. Why is that not correcting? There we go. Okay. This is going to prove. I'm really, really intrigued to see how the trucks work on this. Yeah, very, very interesting. Now we need to do probably a straight to there, I would imagine. Hello? No, it's gone a bit weird there. To there. To there. No. Has that just deleted the whole lot? Oh no, that's not good. Right, okay. That's not so good, guys. Oh, hang on a minute. No, no, it's back again. That's weird. Okay. Where's that going? I don't understand why it's gone back that way. Because I need a return route, surely. Yeah, that's better. Sort yourselves out, guys. Come on. Oh, hello. That's gone a bit. So let me go back to default on that one. Come to there. Come together. To there. Okay. Oh, I'm just going to swing it over a little bit. I don't know whether it's going to hit these trees or not, whether that's going to be a problem, or whether it's just going to ignore them. Vehicle collides with terrain. So we're going to have to do a bit of a squiggly dibbly. Oh well, nothing like a bit of an interesting drive, is there? At least it lets you know now. It's actually quite interesting though. Players in the way, vehicle, no, there you go. So, hang on a minute. Oh, right, okay. Toggle headlights, B, they're on. Toggle path visualization, R. Okay, we'll keep that on for the minute so we can check what's going on. Menu. Why is this now not... Oh, because we've got no power yet, have we, to here. So, let's bring a power cable to there. Let's have a little look. We should be okay. He says. All right. If I can grab some of that fuel to start with. Q. Fuel. Yeah. So vehicle path. Ah, okay. No valid route. Autopilot stated route cost. No valid resource. No valid route. Enable autopilot. Too few stations. How can it be too few stations? Replacing unload, load, unload. All right. Let's go back around and set that one should be to load. Just got to make sure we've got some stuff actually coming out into this thing as well. I think we're going to miss this anyway in the middle, but it can be like a little roundabout. We haven't got stuff coming in yet, okay. Replace differing fuel. Replaces fuel in docking fields if that fuel type is different from the one in this station. Okay, not sure quite what's going on there. Let's just check that we've got this operational, because it's obviously not. No power, so that's that cable which we know has to connect. Alright. And then we need to go upstairs and connect the first floor to the second floor. So we need to come in here. Oh, oh, not too far. Have we done it? Looks like we've already connected the two floors. So we've got power wires or not then coming up here. Did we not connect all these? I think my blueprint is faulted. I don't think we actually connected. My goodness me. Well, okay. Right, okay. Slowly does it. I think we forgot to connect some of these up to the power supply. So let's just check them one by one. There isn't too many to check, so these two are working fine. These here are not. So that means literally means I forgot to what's going on? Is this not the proper blueprint? Was this one I experimented with and I've changed it subsequently? There should only be 2 floors and 4 things. I think this is a cock-up. Yeah, this is a cock-up. Okay. Okay. Because this is not the one we want. And I've got way too much stuff as it is. So we're going to have to sort stuff first before I can even do this. Now, is this filling up with ingots anyway? It is. Okay, that's a start in the right direction. What we have to work out is how this path system works, because I don't understand. And it's now telling me the tractor doesn't work with coal, but I thought it did. Because I don't want to ride out on biomass, total waste of time. And fuel's gone in there, normally it doesn't. Replaces the fuel in docking vehicles if that fuel type is different from the one in the station. Yeah. And it's here. Why? I can't even move. It's not even driving. It has replaced it with now coal. Okay, so let's take that off, see if I can... Right. Shouldn't be anything there, but don't worry about it, mate. Let's then go to here and start enable autopilot. does this work? Vehicle pass to find the roads that can drive automatic transfer of the vehicle to the truck explorer. Okay. I'm confused. Current route. Autopilot status. Too few stations. I do not understand that because we've got 2. Available stations. Search for a station. Disable. Ah, do we have to name these? Truck station. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. So if we put iron, actually no, we don't need iron because we can have both the copper and the what's it coming here. Hopefully, maybe. Let's just do destination truck like that. It has fueled it up, so that part's working. And then let's go, so vehicle storage, no vehicle here. Why has it not found that station? Destination. Do we actually have to click on them? Maybe we have to... No? I'm really confused, guys. Really confused. Can't click on it. Can't search for it. It's not seeing it. Available stations isn't coming up. What are we doing wrong? We've got power. Hi there, mate. Oh, no worries, mate. You missed the first 15 minutes with me with having problems with OBS again and no mic. OBS did an update before I started and shut my mic off again. And I didn't find out until 15 minutes in. So don't worry. Try dismantling the tractor, then snap a new one on the path. Thank you. I will try that. I do not want blueprint, and I don't want to delete the path. I want to delete the tractor. Yeah, it's an interesting... Aha, I see. What happened to the coal that was there in that tractor? That's interesting. It's just disappeared. Probably a container underneath because I haven't got room for it. That's probably the reality. Let me just bin that for a second. Stick that there. Where are we? Q. Drop that into the fuel. Vehicle path. Available station, still not showing anything. No, I don't want biomass, I want coal. At least that's now working, which it wasn't before. Do I have to click on the path to get it to... Destination? I'm trying to click on that, nothing. Click on that one, nothing. Enable autopilot. Okay. Hop off the truck, nothing. I'm intrigued. Tractor, why is it flashing? Destination truck is flashing. It's all flashing, but why? We have fuel in there, we have power. It's on unload. That's interesting. That doesn't light up anyway. Let's go disable autopilot for a second. No valid route. I don't understand. We've made a route. So do I have to actually drive the route or something to start with? Unloading, it says. Vehicle path, enable autopilot. Search for station. Destination. Doesn't come up with anything. Too few stations. What do you mean? I've got 2 stations. That is enough, surely. You're not telling me you have to have more than 2 stations to make it work. Surely. Too few stations. What does that even mean? I am so confused. Doesn't take much, of course. They work much like lines, trains in all ways now. Yeah, I mean, the actual path method looks really cool. It looks way better. It looks like, because you're now mapping specifically almost where it's going and not just driving, so it's actually sort of better from that point of view. But I am really intrigued by this whole vehicle path thing and its confusion. Because it's not even showing my stations and I don't know why. Disable autopilot for a second. Destination truck. You can't split transfer also close. So you can't do anything about the. So it's not like a train station where you could select from the station the route or the other stations you're going to. It has to be from the vehicle. So when you go into the menu here, vehicle path, current route doesn't have it. Available stations doesn't have them, even though I've mapped 2 stations. Oh. Let's just go down and try it from the other one, see what happens, if anything. How are you anyway, Mac? Nice to see you again. Hope your long weekend was good and you managed to have some time to chill and relax. So that's okay there. We've got vehicle settings, unload, we've got load here, so that's correct. Power is on. Let's put in collection point iron. Just for the moment, all this is going to change. Obviously, it's not the finished thing at all. This is just me messing around, see if we can get some stuff getting into that factory at the minute, just for a second. So please don't look at all this and think this is anything that's going to be here finally. It's not. I can assure you it is not. But we are making good progress on here at the moment, just as a temporary fix in here. But I just wanted to get in a second iron ore situation. Um, and the same with copper. So we've got another one down here of copper, and I want to bring them both up and offload. And I thought, oh, I'll just give trucks a go, basically. But it's proving to be a interesting problem. Crafting bench, vehicle storage. I'm not worried about that. Current destination. I can't click on the route. If I enable a pilot, it says too few stations. What does it mean by that? Well, here I can't find the stations. Collection point, you see, there it is. Look, I can't click on it, can't do anything. It's not showing up here. Is this a glitch that's going on at the moment with it in the experimental build, or have I just missed something really, really obvious? Probably I've probably missed something very, very obvious, but I don't understand. The only thing I can do is redo the path and see if there's a way of that. Yeah, try doing the route again. Yeah, thank you, doing well. I wish I could be more help. It should work. All I know is just redoing the buttons chart and track from start. Yeah, yeah, no worries, mate. I think that's the only thing I can do. So how do we then delete that? F build. Some of it's blue. The yellow is where it's not connected, like railway stations. Okay. Maybe. It's probably going to dump another crate somewhere, that is. Oh, come on. No, what happens with that? So it's all blue. Let me triple check up here that it's blue as well. It is all blue. Well, I'll tell you what, let me try the truck from this end. Not the path. Tractor. Stick that in there. Vehicle path. No valid route. I'm going to have to completely redo it, aren't I? Absolutely bizarre. Too few stations. It is literally not seeing that. Interesting problem. Okay. Let's delete the whole thing. I haven't watched any videos on this, so I am not sure whether anybody else is having the same problem, or whether it's just moi, or whether it's a known glitchy problem, basically, that sometimes occurs. That is what I don't know. So I'm going to try and start the path from here. Why is it not letting me come this way? Oh, it's going. That's weird. Okay, well, let's take the tractor that way then. We'll go around that way in case it was reading it wrong. Let's do that then. It doesn't really matter whether it drives on the left or the right, as long as it drives. As long as it drives, I don't mind. So, come around you. Go straight on this one. And bring it around to there. And then back out. Bring that to there. What's that clashing with? Collides with terrain. I think it just collides with that lamppost, you mean? Yeah. Let's make that smaller. It's going to be a bit wiggly wobbly. I'm not worried at the moment. This is all very, very temporary. Very temporary indeed. Yeah. So that's the path. Let's put a tractor down again. Except it needs to go the other way. put the fuel in it. Ah, there we are. Collection point, truck point. Let's see how we go. Your suggestion worked. Thank you. They're showing there that there's going to be some clashes if there's two vehicles on it. But that's okay. That's all good because there isn't. There's only going to be one at the moment. Well, that's way smoother than the old system. Way smoother than the old system. I just want to make sure that it picks up fuel the next time round. You know, pops coal into its. Look at that lovely little squibbly there. Way more stable, I have to say. That's a great job they've done on that. But laying the path is obviously going to be a little bit picky occasionally, so does the fuel load up? Yes, right, okay, cool. We will let that do its thing. So that is then the ingots coming in on our little temporary setup. So let's just build another temporary cock-up. Just so that we can. I don't think that's going to be way too long, isn't it? Yes, it is. Thank you very much. I wish. So let's pop that up as high as it can go. To there. That's going to get the ingots coming in for the second route. And let's go up. And that means they're going to come in here. Yep, there they come. So we are going to need to go then and put another hole here. Just catch it. Just catch it. And doodle-doop. I do know the start and end does not have to be at a station when establishing a path. Okay, that's handy to know. I've only done it once early on and simply don't remember. I don't actually play much anymore. Would you like me to look while you go about building? Thank you. I've done it finally. It's a wonderful improvement. Big trucks require a much larger radius. The shop scooter cart can even follow up. Yeah, fantastic. That's what I'm hoping eventually to do, is actually to get crazy stuff going. But I don't want to say too much what my plans are on this yet, but it's kind of, yeah. But logistics is definitely, I mean, this for me, this whole random node thing is just absolutely awesome because it's made the game 10 times more difficult. And logistics is literally going to become the key thing, because you're going to have to literally logistically shift everything around to get them to little factories or big factories or whatever. You can't just go to an area and say, oh, it's all iron here and just produce screws. It just doesn't happen like that. So it's actually really, really cool. So there is going to be massive logistics on this map, but way down the line, we're at early stages. So, right, we've got iron coming up. Now we need input iron ingots into the other sector, which is over there. So what we need to do is bring this fella up like that, face him that way, and we need to go and see if we can bring him in here somehow. So what we need to do by the look of this, that is, yep, that's the right place. So we just need to go up the one above it to make the lifts match up properly with the thingamajiggy, what's it? And then we'll two, and I think that's the alignment, which is a right beep, because it doesn't align up with this. So okay, so we're going to have to re-sort that a different way. We're going to have to pull this out, I think, to here this time. Then that hopefully will still reach. No, not that one. Yeah, that's not going to work, is it? Okay, let's think about this. I was just saying earlier, I don't know whether you got it or not, whether you were in here, but all of this basically is temporary up here. All the production of this stuff is going to be done in iron plates, the screws, the wire. I'm going to eventually have 4 vertical builds at the back here doing the basic components. All the basic components are then going to come in and then feed this up here a second line of assemblers to do all the secondary stuff, and then that will feed down to basically feed the other ones. But at the moment we're completely limited by the fact that we've only got Mark III belts, which is 270 goods per minute. So I'm doing a very temporary sort of set up and sort of mock up around of different stuff, and then eventually it will all be cleaned out. And once it's all unlocked and we've got the full stuff, and we'll be back to normal. But yes, I had completely and utterly basically forgotten that I was not in creative mode. um, which gave me a brain melt the other week. And I was like, what have I done? And then I was like, oh, it's actually very simple. I just need to basically sort out another temporary system. And rather than having these -4 tool, I only need the base and the top tier, and that produces enough to do the 270 for the belt. And I ran it for a few hours non-stop on the weekend, and it was 100% efficient, all the stuff. So I know it runs properly once it's set up. So it's just a matter of me getting this temporary stuff done, and then I can get on with the, unlocking more stuff, which will basically help the whole process. We'll get there eventually. Just takes time. Spin it around. There you go. Spin it around. Right. So all this will be deleted basically down the line. That's the essence of it. Let's have a look. It's not coming in yet. Oh, it's down on that one. Ah, it is. Yep, it's just because we haven't got power. That's okay. The power will be coming soon. So that's all ingots there. Yep, and then this shifts to the other stuff where the production is for reinforced iron plates. Okay. So that is just feeding these four sweet as. So let's get power across. We have power downstairs to bring up. Just do a hop jump and a skip. Where was the power? On this one, wasn't it? Brought it through, yep. So we'll just carry that on. Oh no, 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 no. I went off the edge. Yep. Try again without falling off. There. Then we can go upstairs. And we're going to be coming up here. I think we're going to come up like we did last time, because we need to get up to there, so we'll come up to there and then do a thing to there. And then the last time we put it on the side, didn't we, on the end, just to help like that, and then across. This may change, yeah, we might tidy it all up once I get all the aesthetics done. We might be able to hide them a little bit better yet. So we'll see. So do we have power? We have power there, so we just need to bring a cable across as per all the other ones. And we now have iron plates being made. So we need to then bring those out. And they can run along because they are, in fact, I believe, coming along to these machines right here. Iron plates. Now technically they are fed from underneath. So we can either drop them down like we did on the other side, wherever it was, and feed them underneath, which is an option. 50-50, so that's 100. So we should be able to fit all of these on one belt, which is convenient. So let's get some mergers. Let's get some mergers and stick a merger at that point there. I'm hoping that's not going to interfere too much with anything else and cause a conflict. Right, other way there. And then we need, good grief, didn't put that one in. Oh, that's on a different height, interesting. Why are you on a different height? Is that one on a different height as well then? Maybe it is and I can't tell, maybe that's on a slope. Let me just do something there for a second, just to make sure we are on a level. I know it's temporary, but it could look like gibberish, but still. Right. Right, this one here, we need another in here. And in there. Right. So we bring a splitter here. In line with this, which is middle of there. And we go like that. That can bring to there. And I'm wondering whether we then drop a belt down here and underneath to bring it back up. Because this one here, just got to get the right hole again. So let's just give ourselves a bit more quicker access. I really miss a hover pack, I really do, when building or fly mode, either way. So it is the left hand one, okay. So left hand one, so we can go logistics for the moment. Again, as I say, this is all temporary. Because all of this is going to be stripped, most of it's going to be stripped out once we get everything unlocked. So that's going to feed that one, and then I think we've got the second one to do, so we can just bring that across. Yeah, another one. So again here, bring it to there, like that. Jump down. It's the left hand one. Try not to fall down while you're looking. It's interesting, it's not, nearly. It's not giving me the arrow. Oh well. It's not giving me the blue line. That's working though. Right. So that's the iron plates being made and sent hopefully into the correct things. What we'll do is we'll bring the power across from there, and it should start to feed in. Yep. So we're feeding that. The only thing we've got to now do is get that second copper ingots thing going, and then we can actually, we will have all the components then to start feeding across to a couple of machines over there to start doing the smart plating as a temporary fix until we can get properly going. So what are we going to need? We are going to need goodies because another mine is going to cost us. So blueprints, mines. we need a part 1 and a part 3. Oh, we have enough components for that. Awesome. That's handy, Harry. It's beautiful. I've figured a trick that has an industrial feel in this style. You probably already know involves using vents to make large structural pipes. Yeah. I know there's some I I honestly can't wait to actually get going on the proper build, if you know what I mean. I mean, this thing here at the moment is just a very basic framework to give me an idea of floor space and positioning, and then it's kind of like the one major frustration I really have with Satisfactory is like, which they've solved because they've done creative mode. But when you're starting out and you know what you can produce, at the beginning it's really hard because you're like, "Ugh, I want to be able to do, I want to be able to do this now, you know, and sort this out now, and you just have to be patient and go through the process of having a bit of mess and mayhem basically in the beginning stages. Um, unless you're happy producing, you know, very little platforms with little pieces of work or whatever. Man, it's moving. Wow, he is moving. Very interesting. Oh well. Right, now this other coal thingy, majiggy, not coal, copper, is down here. So there used to be 2 sulfur nodes down here, if you remember the map. Um, but nowadays, I believe, not enough space. I'm not surprised. So nowadays there is just a copper. I'm hoping. Oh, it's an impure. Ooh, that's not good. Sorry, buddy, we're going to have to give you a bit of a tickle just to get you out of this area. Thank you. Yeah, that's not good. I was not. We're missing 2 of those. As always, I forget something. Um, that's interesting. It's an impure. Why did they put it? I don't know. I may have to, depending on how many copper ingots are coming off the other um, piece, I may have to steal some off it to help compensate out, but yeah, time will have to tell on that one. We need 2 of those portable miners. 1, 2. Now we can go back to where I was. I probably don't. Don't I? I do. I have enough. I went on a little trip and went and got some power slugs and stuff so I could have the power shards. But I'm hardly. Well, I am using them up on the factory, of course, because they're part of the blueprint. But for when we get the 1200 unlocked. But at the moment, I'm not using much of them other than in the mines. We'll see what happens. Mine about 2. So technically it should be like that. Right, okay, we're going to jump up. Try and get the alignment on this blueprint correct. If we can. Been struggling with that on the last couple of times. This needs to spin round like that. Put an H on there. No, it's not aligned. It's gone out again. That looks a bit better. Let's just go around the back end, see the positioning. Yep, that's okay. So we'll pop that one in. I do not know whether we have enough power to run this as well. So we may find that the whole thing goes to pot. Yes, well, helps if you try going through the door and not through the glass panel, doesn't it? It's a small problem, but a real one the birds have actually around our house sometimes. Okay, so we need to connect, do the second one. Now this is where it gets a little bit more tricky. What I've discovered for setting this up is these blueprints are very, very heavy on components. So do bear that in mind if you're doing something similar, that you will need to carry a lot of garbage around with you. Now I think that's the same level. Yes. So what I've discovered is that if I do the blueprint, well, I'll show you what I mean. If I do like straight blueprint here and go and rotate this to blueprint mode, where it's blueprint connecting to blueprint, it is fractionally out, so that when you sit it on here, you can see just here on this corner pillar, the difference is there's a small gap. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. So the way I get around that is actually by positioning the blueprint here, pressing H, and then maneuvering it across. And that basically solves the problem. Or usually solves the problem. No, it does solve the problem, I think. Yep. Let's just type it in and you'll see. Yeah, there we are. And then that sits at the correct level. It's kind of weird, but it is a peculiar problem, but it seems to be the only way around it, basically. Right, okay, we'll go inside and sort out, so all this can be deleted again. Whatever. See. And we'll connect these up now. So we go in over here. There is a little gap here in the wall I made. And you can put a little ladder up, go in. first thing we'll do is we come up here and we need to then delete these two. Those are there for reminders for me because I'm such a pea brain of a memory. And that goes to this one. And that one connects to that one. And that's the two floors then connected for ores and coming back out. And then we have to go into here and along. And we have to bring up a power cable and connect the two pieces like that. And I believe once that is done, and that's now connected and all ready to go. So all we have to do now is run a cable from here, and we will put on an extra piece. This is something I can't fit on the blueprint, but it doesn't really matter. It's only because we're working with the small blueprint. When I'm on the big blueprint called the 6x6, and eventually once all these get upgraded to the maximum unlock thing, I will put them all back into a 6x6, and effectively means I can add in these little extra bits and sort out all the little things that niggles basically. Yeah, so where are we? To there. Can we get it up on the top here somewhere? I think we can. That'll do. It's all temporary. It's all temporary. It's not going to let me up, is it? I'm going to be too high. There's the little mound. I think I can get up on this point. Yep. I can bring that across to there. Bring that across to there. And hopefully we've still got enough power to run it. No, we haven't. Look at how far off we are. Yes, well, that's going to be interesting. But we still, the consumption is only that, so. Meanwhile, we've got to get this actually over here. I think I'm going to just belt this up temporarily to us, basically, because I think I'll just end up because it all is going to change and it is all going to go. So it's kind of, I'm not, yeah, I don't want to sort of worry about all the trash at this point of the build, because it's like I just want to get on and do the stuff I actually want to do, and I've just got to get more stuff unlocked rather than worrying about what it's going to look like at the beginning. Looking there, go. Wow, we can go up that high, really? Okay, I didn't know that. Didn't realise it was that high. But anyway, what we will do, go up a reasonable way, and then we'll. Oh, okay. You're going to have to come down to here anyway. Oh, well. Always just a fraction short of where I want to go. There we go. No, too long. It's all right down there, but too long there. Weird, eh? Very, very odd. Right, what we can do is put another lift in here. Just so we got room to travel if we need to underneath or whatever. And I'm trying to not look at it because it's so disgusting, but all right. Now, shortly, I am in about 5 minutes. Once this is connected, I am going to go and have my lunch. So I will be just AFK for 10 minutes. And then I will be back. I won't stop the stream running because otherwise it's just, yeah, a load of hassle on my end to do that unnecessarily. So I will keep it running because I will only just need to go back into the kitchen and grab some stuff, maybe heat some stuff up for a couple of minutes, and that will be it. Right, okay, this will do. Is it actually producing good yet? Did we actually turn the... It's not, is it? Why is that power not connected? What is going on? Process of elimination of electrical faults. Stand a pillar up. We have power to here. Okay, so power is getting to this point. We have power to here. That's for sure, because it's producing ore. I know what we've done. It's a silly little easy mistake to make. Iron ingots. Used to be copper. It's the same blueprint for both. Hey, boy, go me. I'd be dangerous if I had a brain. There we go. We are now producing. All right. There goes some ingots. It'll take a while to fill up and sort itself out. That's okay. It gives us time to get these other bits sorted. So here it comes here. So we're just gonna whack it along. It's not serving any real aesthetic thing at all at the moment, and in fact I might even be really sort of stupidly done. Where's that little hump again? There we go. Bring it across like this. Nearly as bad as Let's Game It Out. Did I actually say those despicable words? He's hilarious. If you haven't seen ever his videos, go and watch them. Absolutely brilliantly funny. But that said, I like to build properly, but Yes, well, it ain't happening at the moment. Not until I've got myself sorted. Right, here we go. And that should link up to there. That's going to start feeding in the second line of the copper ingots, which is good. I'm just waiting for that power to die on us massively as soon as other machines kick in. And then we're going to have to go and set up a coal power thingy somewhere, just even if it's a temporary one again like this, but another one to add extra. The only limitation we've got here is water. Technically we could have some more coal plants in here because we've got the coal. It's a pure node, so there's loads there. We could actually set them up if we needed to, almost in here, another two, just temporarily. Or we could move the hub over here and then have, in fact, another sort of a 3 or 4 and sort of tucked in there. The problem is water, and again, I could pipe that in. That's another option. But we definitely do need stuff, like, we do need power. What am I doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, we do have that in place. Oh, okay. Let's go and check upstairs, see what's happening, because you never know what they get up to upstairs, you know. It's like the bosses on the top floor are always messing around with stuff and you just don't know where anything goes. Oh, actually it's not upstairs, where is it? It is going on here. Ooh, hello. Okay. Right, okay, it's down here. Let's take a little... So it's going along. What I do want to do, because of the excess ingots here, well, I've done them. They should be... Oh, that's what I've done wrong. That was meant to be a smart splitter. It's not. Okay. Still exactly what I didn't want to do. I don't know, I'll probably have to redo that. Right, and then this is going to be overflow, and that's going to be none. And that should feed the ingots into there for producing wire, which it has done, but it will help out once it's all flowing. Right, so these ones here, the wire here is again coming here and then going upstairs, I believe. We've got copper coming to here, copper coming here. Okay, so let's go up and work backwards again, see if we can, because we're not going to need all of it at the moment. It's just literally I bunged down a whole load of blueprints in there just to give us enough to get going, and I thought I'll sort out the mess once it's all up and running and we can sort of see how much we actually need. If I were younger and able, I'd tackle the Edinburgh Bridge with. Yeah. Yep. Oh, yes indeed, mate. Yes indeed. When I was young and fit, I used to do the Okay, it's not coming up here. It is staying down the wire, but when the wire is done, it's coming up to the rotors wherever they are. When I was young and fit, I used to mountain bike uh, the 14 peaks of Snowdonia every year. Um, that was my thing, and I just couldn't wait each year to just get away and basically get up into those mountains and do the 14 peaks. And it was back in those days. I mean, it was like mountain biking was a very new thing. I mean, there was no suspension in those days or anything like that. And in fact, I don't know whether you remember a company called Muddy Fox. They were an American mountain bike manufacturer, and they produced a mountain bike called the Courier, which for its time, it was like it it was brilliant. It was, you know, it was a small frame and sort of like, and the big wheels obviously and everything else, and it completely laid flat all the competition in terms of what was being produced at the time under normal commercial things. And there wasn't that many companies at that point producing mountain bikes. There was literally just a few, and it was actually very interesting because uh, I ended up as a kid walking past every day this bike shop, which was run by a ex-motocross champion, and he was a character with big scars all over his face and all sorts of things from his motocross days. um, but you know, he knew his bikes and stuff. And anyway, and he did me a deal on it because it was in fact he had the first Muddy Fox Courier in the country. He'd actually gone over to America to an expo over there and brought the thing back to England to showcase it. And he saw my little eyes, you know, at sort of 16 years of age, open up with this thing and go, "Oh man, I really want this bike." So, and I remember it to this day. It was £300, and I'd saved up all my pocket money and stuff, and back in the day, and yeah, basically went and bought it, and I had the first Muddy Fox Courier in England, and it was, I had it 2, 3 months, I think it was, before actual release in England was given to Muddy Foxes. Flipping good fun. Great little bike. No big deal, but I mean, create Edinburgh Bridge using the vent pipe trick suggested earlier. No matter. Yeah, totally. Yep. No, I knew what you meant. Yep. Not physically climbing all over it. The real one. I was just reminiscing about being young and fit. It's a very vague, distant memory. And I'm trying to work out where my copper wire is meant to be going. Maybe it's the top floor, top floor. I've got a bit lost, got distracted, reminiscing about my days mountain biking across Snowdon. I did Scotland to from Balquhidder, a place in the middle of Scotland called Balquhidder. Um, Stayed there for a week, and then we cycled back when I was 15, 16 years of age, back down to the south of England, back down to Reading. That was a very interesting trip indeed. And that was on that Muddy Fox, funny enough. But it, I was very sore, very, very sore, and it was probably about 2 years too young, actually, really, in reality, because wire. This is where it's going. Right, okay. So we need to bring it up, don't we, like that. bit of different. What have I done here? That's going down. That's the plates, isn't it? To go into there. So the wire needs to come up underneath there. Okay. Yeah, I should have. I went with a mate. Well, he's actually my brother-in-law now. Married my sister, but he he was a little bit older. He was about 18, and he managed it absolutely fine. And it's, I think the difference in your muscle strength and stamina at that point between 15 and 18 was huge, and I'd underestimated it. So I was very, very sore, but we managed it. We managed it. Right, okay, I've got to work out where this wire is coming from. So we got the wire down here somewhere. It is down there being made, but we just need to get it up. I've just got to find the space where we can do that. So that's where I'm pondering at present. That's all the copper. There's the wire. So we need the wire to come in and then go back along that way. That's wire. Okay. So why? Well, we can't do that. That's not an option because it's inputted there. Unless we can take it straight up. I wonder what. That, whether that collides with anything. Question is how am I going to get up there and have a look? Let's try and not fall off. I don't know whether I can do this. I think I'm going to end up falling. Oh, yep. Okay. It's a bit easier there. Can I do it though? Come on. No. No, I cannot. And I've now gone all the way down. Ay, 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 ay. We've got slopes. Have we? Walls? I don't think the walls on here are the right ones. I think it's the ones in architecture which I haven't unlocked yet. Which fill it in basically, and then you can. They are foundations, of course. You can use those. Let's just do a temporary. Again, another temporary fix. Like that, solid. Does not like that, does it? Oh, come on, you've got to be kidding me. Seriously? I am trying the impossible. I'm very trying. Right. Take that out. Let's put it a different way. Let's put it around that way. And then we can hopefully come up and be normal. Yay! Right, okay, that was much simpler. Right, where did I put that thing coming up there? Does it clash with anything? No, but it will do once I actually put something in it. Um, because there's no way you can get a thing around without it all going through here. This is another new problem to solve. I know this is all temporary and we could literally just slap it all in and it doesn't really matter, but um, I want it to look semi-functional still because it's going to be like this for a little while. It's not going to happen, quickly. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to have a quick break, go and grab some lunch, and one other interruption. Is there any sort of guild or for ultra high hour satisfactory players? I can't really play anymore, but so enjoy chatting with and watching your caliber of people without trolls. Um, I don't believe there is a guild type thing. I mean, my Discord channel, which I'm happy to share with you, is um, pretty quiet. I'm pretty fussy about who gets on it. There's only about 6, 7 people on it, so it's very small, and basically nobody talks in it. It's very, very quiet. So it's literally me and a few mates, and occasionally my mates comment because we're all like people who don't talk much, basically, in terms of spamming stuff. So I put pictures up there of what I'm currently building on, whether it's live stream or not. I put links to the live stream, and that's about all that's on there. In terms of guild with lots of other high-end players, no, I actually walked away from. I mean, I used to be sort of like a lot and very talkative and chatty on a lot of the streams by a lot of the top or so-called top players. Um, and I got to a point where I walked away from it because, as I said, I think on another stream, unfortunately, Satisfactory and the community are awesome generally, and it started off really, really very cool. And then there was a lot of little political things that happened that I just didn't agree with at all. So what it meant was there was only a few players who were getting all the attention, and the devs were giving them priority over everybody else, even if they weren't necessarily the best builders, but just because of numbers. And that for me was not an unbiased or fair sort of way of doing things. So I basically just, rather than causing a problem about it, I just walked away from it. And I didn't do anything with Satisfactory for a year. I changed the name of this channel and everything else. Deleted all my old videos and builds and stuff I'd done. And I used to have multiplayer ones as well, where others would come on. Some of those players were on those builds as well. But I just got rid of the whole lot, and I've not gone back. So I generally don't now get involved with that side of the community anymore. Um, and I'm not saying don't go ever. People shouldn't watch their stuff or all that, because you can do what they like. Um, but at the same time, I just don't want to be involved in the politics. Basically, I don't do politics at any level, and I just don't want it in the game because the game's a lot of fun, and I want it to remain that way. And it doesn't become fun when politics is involved. And there's a lot of that stuff in the game, gaming side. Some games are really, really nasty with it, and the Satisfactory isn't. And I hasten to add that the players and even the ones I've walked away from aren't like horrible, nasty people or anything like that. So there's none of that. It's just there's politics between certain top players getting all of the attention and recognition, even for things that they weren't the first to do. Um, but they get it because they were sort of known by the devs or whatever, and blah 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 and all that sort of thing. Um, so yeah, I just stay away from it and do my own little thing, and what happens happens, and it is what it is. Yeah, and I'm not worried about it. It's not like I'm a sort of pro streamer and sort of like, oh man, I've lost half my viewers or all that sort of stuff, because I've never had that. I think the most views I've ever had on one video was about 2,500. Um, but in general terms, I mean, I've started this right from scratch again, got rid of everything and started again. So it is very much from the groundwork up, basically. But it is just a hobby for me on the side when I'm not at work. So yeah, I don't get too worried about it. And but I would say if you want to check out builders, there are people that don't hit the normal um, highlights, shall we say, of Satisfactory that are superb, brilliant builders. There's a lot overseas in places like Germany, um, Germany, Japan, and France. And you can't understand a word they're saying because it's all in, unless you speak those languages, which I don't. And But the thing I've found with them is watching often their builds is they're again very low key type people, but some of their builds and some of the quality of what they're doing is way, way, way above some of the big name players who I won't mention, obviously, um, who just have numbers and get all the attention. So that's yeah. So do check them out. Go and look at some of the foreign speaking stuff, because some of that is actually really cool. There's one French guy who did an amazing, absolutely amazing, amazing build. Early on, it was probably a good couple of years ago now, um, and I still to this day don't know how he came up with that idea. It was just brilliant. Very, very cool stuff. So yeah, no, just check them out. Have a hunt round, but I don't know of any specific like guild type thing where everybody's grouped together. I think there's a lot of, although the Satisfactory community is very polite and very pleasant generally, I think there's a lot of underlying thing where there is only a handful of people who get all the attention, um, and that's the case with most gaming stuff, to be honest. Uh, but it is definitely something that you have to bear in mind, because it's unusual for all the top players to suddenly start getting together. I mean, there is one event they do each year. Um, they do an event which is Pass It On or whatever it's called. Um, I think it's called that from memory. I don't know whether you've seen that one. And that's a lot of top builders go into that. Not all of them by any means, but some of the top so-called top builders go in. Um, and they have a little competition thing basically, and they have a set theme, and they have a set size limit parameters and a set time frame, and they have to build something within that time frame to the theme, and that can be quite fascinating to see what people come up with. um, but it's very restricted obviously because of I mean, they asked me a number of times to go into it, and I just wouldn't do it because I can't work fast basically, and you have to, because your time constraint. You've got like 2 hours or something max, um, and you've got to produce something pretty amazing in that time. And I'm just not a fast builder, because all my builds are usually very intense once they get going, and a lot of detail and stuff, and I just can't do it in that time frame. But yeah, but no, if you want, I mean, if you want to jump on the Discord, you're more than welcome, mate. Um, but it is, I yeah, keep very tight control on that. So even if people try and apply for it, generally I don't always hand it out. Right, I am going to jump off for just 5 minutes. I'm going to go and get some lunch and food in my tummy, and I shall be back in a few minutes. Hopefully, you'll still be there. But if not, have a good one, and we'll catch you another time. I am back. Fed. So now I have some energy to carry on. Right. Where was I? Trying to work this one out. Okay, yeah. Um, I think I'm just going to have to sort of bodge it pretty much. As it is all temporary, and all this will be coming out. So I could run. Where are we? Splitter, merger. Unless I do that. I've forgotten even now. This is how my brain is today. It's not very good actually today. Not very good today. Today, my wife would be going today. Only today. Yeah. Okay. Let's do that, and then we'll sort it out from that end to where it's meant to be going. Because I literally am not going to be able to do what I want at the moment. Excuse me. So we're just going to have to wing it. Wing it, man, wing it. Now, did these have to go up or cross? No, because that's producing wire as well. Or can do. So we are going, now these need to go up, I believe, don't they, to the next level. So what we might do, we could actually, it's a shame they don't allow this to be nudged at the moment. Very frustrating. What we will do though is that. Bear in mind this is debris. I'm going to see if I can run to the end, get up the ladder and back again, or whether it's not going to let me do it. It might cut off. We'll see. Should have put a ladder up at the other end, but anyway. Oh no, it's still there. Where's the wire going though? I keep forgetting where I'm putting the wire. I think it's going over here, isn't it? No, that's the smart plane. So it must be upstairs. Have I haven't got enough of them and what sets for it, have I? Right, let me put that there for a minute. I'm going to get some more steel. I think it's coming here. I think that's... What am I? Where's it meant to be going? That's producing that. Yeah, it must be going up the top floor. Very distracted thing. Got so much going on at the moment in terms of other stuff in real life and that. It's just crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Still. Ignore all this, please. Please do not look at this. There's garbage that needs to be got rid of. In fact, we've got steel actually being made, haven't we? We haven't got it there anymore, but it's in here. A little temporary steel factory. Right. We're close. We are close to getting some smart plating back into production here just quickly. And then what I'll do then is concentrate on starting the aesthetics of this build ready for when it's going to be in its finished state, because as I say, all these floors are going to basically pretty much be ripped out. The only thing that's going to exist is going to be the assembly production lines. So you're going to have a row down here of smart plating on both sides. Upstairs is going to be assembly lines for making rotors and plates. But that's long term. Short term is we're doing a short fix of just bodging everything in basically. To get this to work, to function. I'm still trying to work out where this wire is meant to be going. I've lost myself in my own build. It's terrible. I actually think it's over here somewhere. Input wire. Yeah, there we go. Just spotted it. So let's put some flooring here so I don't fall down again. It'll all come out afterwards once I sort out the catwalks properly. Alright, I've doubled up there, but never mind. Right. Now, somewhere I left a thingy-majiggy lift sticking up out of the ground, which has to then come to this input here. That input there. So that's there. Right, okay, we're not far off now. We're not far off. It's starting to come together. Right, interesting. So I just need to know which was which again in terms of which hole. I think it's the right one, but I don't know. Yep. And plates on the left. Now we were doing have I doubled up? It looks like I've doubled up on that because it's taking 2 clicks to get rid of it. Interesting. Yeah, I've actually doubled up on there somehow without realizing. Wow, okay. Very interesting. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to put in some of these lifters just to on the right ones, and I'm guessing this is still the correct thing here. Let's just have a nose. Wire, yes, yes. Okay. We've got to get the iron plates in there yet as well, wherever they are. Logistics. We need splitter. It does not like that coming off there, so we're going to have to do it off there and then move it. Move it to like that. Okay. And then the same here, we're going to have to do this like that, like that. Yep. No, this is. No, 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 no. Ay, 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 ay. Sometimes. Sometimes really makes you wonder. I'm gonna end up with all these ladders everywhere basically until I can get myself sorted. And now I haven't got the materials. Ay, 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 ay. I'm gonna nick you. You can come out now because we don't need that there anymore. Oh my word. Okay, let's just go down the bottom and start again. Whee. Right. Do, 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 do. Why? So we were down one floor, weren't we? Yes, we were. And fell off the edge, that's right. We fell through this hole because I haven't finished doing all the stuff I'm meant to be doing. 3 million jobs at once. Right. But we're getting there, we are getting there, we are getting there. Like that. Awesome. Logistics. Why is it wanting to go? Oh my word, what's going on there? Did I turn that around the wrong way? I have as well. No, 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 no. I've got these around the wrong way. Right. I'm really not concentrating, am I? One of those days. One of those days. Oh, dust to pieces. Pink Floyd. Right. That's right, because we are supplying from this end. And I literally am just going to, it's a really awful way of doing it, but as I've said, it's a temporary thing, and I intend to build everything properly in due course. So in fact that needs to go from there up, and this is where I run into trouble again. So if I go here, come on, never goes where I want it to. Very odd. Right. Okay. Up to here. Oh, no, 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 no. I can't. There we are. You can do it. Well, no, you can't, because look at the height of that. What a dingo. Why don't I just do it the simple way? So I can actually see what I'm doing. There. Like that. Way easier. Right. That is now going to supply our little friends with the thing. So the only thing that's left now is plates. Now, where were the plates being made? This is the question. So not there, that's copper. That's all copper. Are they upstairs and need to be brought down? I think they are. This should be the final little piece that we can do just to get temporary building going of this crazy, crazy, crazy amount of smart plating that we have to get done. And then we'll be on a roll. Iron plates, here we are. So where are they going? Out there. In which direction? That direction. Plates are here, so we... Oh, I see. We've got them going down. To here. Interesting. So does that mean I just need... What's going on here then? Wire's not going in. Oh my word, what's going on here? Plates. And there. I thought we had wire now going in. We've got the wire going. Have we got the wire going to the wrong place? No, I've done it again. What is wrong with me today? I keep doing this. Hey, ay. Right. I think I've sent the wire to the further ones rather than the nearer ones there where I've got the plates going, and I haven't got the plates going to the nearer ones. I've got them going to the further ones, if you know what I mean. So I think it's round the wrong way, basically. I've got to just sort that out. So this is the plates, wire plates, wire plates, wire plates, wire plates, wire plates. So this is all wire plates, so that's what's happened. I haven't taken them along far. They see there's the wire and it stops there. And what it needs to do is actually carry on, but it can't because of the plates. So the only way that's going to work now, okay. What we're going to do, going to bring that out the same way. So we're going to, yeah, we're going to rotate it. Sorry. So it's actually going to go like that. Like that. That's going to then feed that. That here is going to go around to that one. Like that. And then we're going to do this here. Again, this is just a temporary fix, quite literally. Just simply because it's all going to be very, very different when we actually get the thing properly built. I just don't have the sort of, what's the word? I don't have the incentive right now to try and make this all look absolutely superb when I know it's literally all going to be deleted. And the only thing that's going to survive is the bottom floor. So basically that's why I'm not worried about it. I'm actually not even going to look. I mean, I'm starting to really do things I don't normally do, so, but that's okay. It is temporary. There we go. Right, so that is now producing, hopefully, producing some stuff. Yes, we are in production of reinforced plates on these two items. These are producing 10 per minute. Now, if we shoot ourselves over here, 2, not there. We need to go downstairs now. So this stuff here that's being produced, we need to take it back downstairs. So let's do that. How are we going to do that? Right, okay, we can get a merger. We are going to get a merger. Maybe not. Maybe we're not going to get merger. Maybe we are. Maybe what we're going to do right here, like that, and we are going to go like that. This is all temporary fixes just to get a little bit of production going back up of the smart plating, because we have 50,000 of the blighters to actually get made. And long term, this is going to be the smart plating factory, and it is going to produce 100 a minute. But I cannot do that at this stage until basically I've got a life. No, until missing iron rod materials. Oh my word. This is why I've been playing in creative mode for the last year, 18 months, because I get very tired of running around picking up silly bits of blooming stuff just to make the most basic of things. Right, here we go. All this will be gone. All this will be gone. All this will be fed differently. It's all going to be different, and hopefully it's going to be pretty stunning when it's done. Right, here we go, here we go, here we go. So we have, pardon me, where did I get up to? Up there, wasn't it? Yep, I see it. There, we want to go around, that's right. That is right. Oops. So we want to get another merger. And we want to plonk that merger here. And this is now for reinforced plates. Okay. And we need to take those down now to this floor. And this floor is where it's all going to start to happen. Now we've got a choice. We can either take this out of the blueprint and redo it up, or we can take it back underneath again. It's coming out there. I wonder, actually, we should probably bring it like more like that. Let me just try this for a second. I think that would be a better option. Because we need to really have a splitter in here, so let's just do this, and we need to go above 1 so we get the height correct, and we need a splitter. And what we're going to do, we're going to pop it there like that. I'm hoping this is going to sort of work. That's going to come down into that. Message retracted. Not sure what's gone on there at all, mate. Just says your messages have been retracted. I'm not sure what's happened there, whether you've deleted them yourself or what's gone on. Not quite sure, mate. Apologies if it's technical issues my end, I do not know. Right, anyway, for the moment, I'm going to reverse that. Do that to there. For the moment, that will start feeding into there once it has power connected. which we can organise soon enough. And the only other thing it needs is the rotors, which are over there, waiting to be picked up because they are literally there. So, so what do I do with these? I think with these I'm going to just do another merger. Like that sort of thing. Like that. Like that. And like that. And that's going to give us those. I'll bring those out and across and do a similar thing and split them. They're going to have to be at different height though, for obvious reasons. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring that there. And then this one here, like that. And this one here. I'm hoping we go on straight. That'll lock into there. I think that's at an angle though. Slope maybe. Yeah, big slope. So we need to come down, I think, one more, is it? Oh, maybe we actually should just turn it like that. And then we can bring that there to there. And then that there can come to here. As I say, all of this is going to look different to this once we get everything unlocked. This is just temporary buildings. Well, the building's not, but the actual building of this, all this kerfuffle basically that exists is temporary. And then we should be able to do the same there. And the same here, I believe. Like that. And I think that's then going to produce, these two are going to produce smart thingies for us. Just need to get the power. So let's go grab that power. So we're going to go pink and cross to there. There's the power. So it should interesting. Ah, that's because we need a junction in there. So let's put that junction in first. 1 to 1 to 1. And then here. We want to go from there to there. And that should mean our little friend is functioning. Producing smart plating. So there's the smart plates now being produced. What we need to do is yeah, we need to put them into a storage container basically temporarily so that I can then just load them manually into um, in basically. So what I'm going to do is just bring it around to the edge here. Like that. Really? Thank you. It's all squiggly wiggly. I don't care at this point. We just have to get it done because this needs to be completely filled up multiple times. And I've got a few things we just need to patch up. The mine of the copper over here needs to have some extra bits put in it. I believe I don't think we overclocked it, and it may need it being an impure once this all starts rolling. All this is temporary. Temporary. We will not be leaving this like this, I can assure you, because it's revolting. The only thing that isn't temporary is this sort of build, except this will be 4 pieces high eventually. Well, it probably won't be on an impure, so we'll have to work that one out for the impures. Okay, that produces 150. Once we've got the top miner on there, we'll probably get 300 out of it, which, yeah, basically is going to need a bit of work on that. But it should be we'll have to see the combination with the other copper supply, because that will be a pure node, I think, the other one, which then means we'll have a total of 1500 copper coming in if we need it. But we've got a lot of unlocking to do before then. I can't explain unless you've actually unlocked this stuff yourself in this particular random node stuff and actually done the maths. I mean, I am going to just drop down the space elevator again. That's interesting. And I'll show you the amounts that are involved, because it is just ridiculous. And I kind of say I probably shouldn't have done it, but it's like, I think when you've played as many hours as we have, it's kind of, it has to be a challenge, otherwise there's no point in playing it again, sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? That'll do. Should be able to get the space elevator on that. If I can't. Missing items. Dear. Right, let's go and grab some items. 18 months been playing on. What's the name mode? Leaves you on a totally different planet when it comes to going back to starting from scratch. You're just like, why can't I build stuff? And then you're like, I have materials. So I amped up, and I can't remember, I think I amped it up by the top amount, up 50 times. Um, Surface is too uneven, that I'm afraid is cobblers. So yeah, 50,000. It's a hell of a lot. So hence we've needed just to get stuff chipping away basically. Look at this. This is not good. Maximum connections 1200, and if it's going to cut out at some point. It's got to. It's just got to self-collapse basically. But um, yeah. So in summary for today, because we are going to probably call it quits, pretty much. In a minute. Okay, there's something else I've got to deal with. Um, so we are going to have effectively when we get to this point in the all this is going to be stripped out, and we are going to have up here um, on this side. Well, no, this is not going to be stripped out. This is smart plating, so it's all going to be smart plating here. We are going to have all smart plating down here. Upstairs is going to be assemblers producing the components basically for reinforced plates and rotors. All the small stuff, which at the moment we've got dotted all over this building to try and get it done, is going to be in some high vertical buildings like these, which are going to sit across here. There's going to be about 4 of them to produce the long-term goods. All this will be gone. Even the coal stuff here will all be gone. We'll have probably a little coal factory or something up there doing the coal plant. I'm looking at the map and I'm thinking there's 2 spots here that are really good for possibly doing that, and that's one is here for coal power, and the other one is actually over here because I've noticed here there's 3 coal nodes there. So it may be worthwhile having a little power plant there and a little one here for the coal. And that may solve our initial problems until we get unlocked until oil. Um, because the key here is that I've got this at the moment just temporarily set up just so we've got 2 machines producing smart plating. Eventually we're going to be doing 100 a minute. But that can just help chip away for the moment. And obviously this is not going to look like spaghetti like this. It will all be very nicely done. And the lighting is going to be one of the key things in this build once I get into doing all the aesthetics, but I think that's going to possibly be the next time if I don't get started on it in between. That's going to be one of the key things. And then, yeah, as I say, eventually once I've got the power plant done as well, maybe the power plant I should do offline next. Try and get that done before, or even perhaps during the next stream, which will be likely Thursday or Friday, depending which day I go to the studio this week. But that's the goal. And then we can, once that we've got the little power plant done, we can strip this out. This can all be cleared, and we can start making plans then for the vertical builds of the components ready, so that it's all set up ready to go. Uh, and that means then we can then clear out the small stuff in here, bring in the blah, 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 etc, etc. So that's the plan. That is the big goal, the intermediate goal basically for what we're doing. Um, it's Mac. I deleted all posts to eliminate anything potentially sensitive. No, you're fine, mate. Not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. I think once the stream has occurred, um, I don't think it stays on the YouTube channel anyway, the chat. I think it disappears. It's only live while it's live. I don't believe it shows up in the video after anyway. Um, I've sort of said it that way, I believe, so that, yeah, if anything is said, it doesn't stay around basically. But no, appreciate that anyway. But no, you're fine, mate. I'm not worried. Um, but yeah, basically. So I think that's roughly where we'll be headed next time. I think we'll be definitely aiming at that. I think, yeah, I think we'll try and get some power going so that we're not going to blow ourselves up, which is about to happen because it's definitely around the wrong way. So I'll try and get that sorted. Uh, I'm not sure how much power we can get up there. It's going to be interesting to see actually what size plant. And I haven't designed the power plant yet, so that's something else I need to do is work out a rough design. Like for this building, I've got an idea in my head, a picture that I want to do, and that's fine. But I've just literally, for the power plant, I've got to think about that one actually, because I don't want to do what I did last time, which was, well, that was a 500-hour build. So I don't want to do that. These ones are going to be slightly smaller, I think, power plants, but until we get to the oil and stuff. But I just want to play around with some ideas in the meantime, so I'll probably do that over the next day or two, and then we'll do a stream and see if we can put together and get some power going so that we can get these properly sorted at this end. A bit more tidied up and ready, prepping for the next phase of it. And because then we'll have to get on to producing versatile framework and the automated wire. So we're going to need little factories not dissimilar to this in some respects, but not necessarily in looks. Again, I've got some ideas for those, but I think we might try and set those up as well over the next month. And that will then hopefully get everything ready for unlocking into the next phase so we can actually get the next objective done and start unlocking things again. It was an honour, friend. Do take care. I'll follow up on the comments later. No worries at all, mate. Nice to have you watching around and anybody else who's been lurking in the background. Do appreciate it. And feel free to drop a like and subscribe if you want and all that rubbish. I'm really tired, so I'm going to log. But no, have a great week, everybody. And yes, keep positive despite the craziness going around in the world at the moment, and hopefully everything will sort itself out in due course for everybody. In the meantime, have fun, and we'll catch you again next time. Bye for now.